Alright, and it looks like we are properly live right now. That's awesome. Alright, just getting the last little bit of setup going here. Hey Parka, how's it going? Just doing the last little bit of updating here. Way too many things. Got a game later today, so only here for a few hours. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for stopping by. Do you have games on Thursday and Friday? That's pretty nice. Thursday's games with the goal amount, so gotcha. Okay. And I really need to trim down the channels they've got in here. Hey, Dragon King, how's it going? I can't seem to find it, so you know what? We're just gonna skip that. I'm gonna go to Twitter and let people know we're streaming on Twitter, because I never do that. Cool. There we go. Now we can actually start. Wonderful. Okay, so, how did we end off last time? I believe it was with the Order of Origami, and we were trying and failing to come up with a 14th level feature, and I think we're gonna hold off on that for now. I'll maybe come back to it in a bit, but I think I just need more time to think on that one. Yeah, espionage, that's done. I'm thinking maybe work a bit on cartography, especially because I am actually going to be playtesting that one in a game coming up, so that'll be interesting. And you might be asking yourself, wait, why are you playtesting the subclass that isn't done? It's for theming. The campaign that it's going to take place in is basically we're a group of adventurers that are being told to go out to this one brand new area that's like never been explored before. So I was like, okay, this is like way too good of an opportunity to pass up for like cartography, right? So yeah, kinda need to work on that one because it's potentially gonna be starting in a few weeks. So what was I trying to grab? Ah, yes, there we go. So they're gonna have kind of a similar-ish ability. What just happened there? That was weird. I don't know what I pressed there, but it undid itself, so that's fine. Okay. So it's going to have kind of a similar setup to espionage in the sense that it's going to get like a climbing speed and a few skills. Yes, it's a bit more powerful than what trickery is getting you. Because, like, yeah, thieves can't. Doesn't really stack up to a climbing speed. But invisible ink is pretty powerful. So might have to give them a slightly less powerful other, like, main core ability. Not sure how long I'll be able to stay. I'm helping Phil playtest his mass combat rules in 5 hours. Okay. But I'm here for now. Well, I think you kind of answered your own question. I don't know how long I'll be able to stay. I'm going to be testing things in 5 hours from now, so... Unless you got other things to do, which is totally fine. Okay, so we're gonna call this Explorer. Get rid of the flavor text. Get a climb speed equal to your walking speed. Alrighty. There we go. Just so if somebody chooses a race that already has a climbing speed, they're not going to feel like they're cheated out of something, you know? So you gain a climbing speed equal to your walking speed. If you already have a climbing speed, it increases by 10 feet. Cool. Additionally, you gain proficiency with your choice of either... either the perception skill or the survival skill. There we go. Both fit pretty well. Perception you can pick up as a part of the base class. So with this one, it's most likely going to be survival that you're picking up. But both of those fit very flavorfully into an explorer, so I figured I'd just slap both of them in there anyway. Because you never know, you might get survival from your background, and then you skipped out on perception in your base class for whatever reason, so... I think it's fine. Hey, more people on Twitch. Hard Hugo. I assume the E is silent. Or Hardy Hugo? I don't know. But hello, how are you? Hopefully you are doing well, and welcome to the stream. And then Ash, of course. I was thinking of giving them a map that shows a small radius around you of the terrain. Yeah. That is pretty cool. The only thing is commune with nature does that, and it's on their prepared spell list. The only difference with that being the only difference with that is... Well, I think I've got an idea, but I do want to finish this thought. The only difference with that is commune with nature is like a mile or like 3 miles. It's something ridiculous. And it like lets you know all the bodies of water, blah, 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 so on and so forth. What if... Okay, what if... What if you had like... This is the map class, or the subclass, right? What if we take the idea of like a mini-map, like a video game mini-map, and give it to them, right? And this effectively gives them blind sight. But maybe only blind sight while they're looking at it. Like, it'll show you your allies, and then you have to, like, activate it somehow. And then it'll show enemies. So it's not like an always-on enemy thing. I don't know. Hey, Phil! How's it going? Thanks for stopping by. Anyway, I need to catch up with chat here. Let's see. It's Dutch. So you say with the E. Oh, okay. Communicate with nature is a large... So yeah, commune with nature is pretty big, and it also comes on really late, so... living the dream, my dude. I agree. Living the dream. This week, at least. I got the week off and I can do nothing but design for D&D, which is the dream. I was a fan of your YouTube channel because of Robocraft, so I got excited when they showed tech blocks, and now they're calling it Robocraft 2. Let's hope it blows up. What do you think? Yeah, I'm pretty excited for Robocraft 2. Well, cautiously optimistic, I suppose. The stuff they're kind of teasing now is interesting, but will that actually create a fun game to play? Like, you've got a lot of like little interesting tweaks you can do to your robot, but like, I don't know, is that actually going to make the game fun? I haven't seen any like actual gameplay yet, so we'll see. Ash, so for your map, I was thinking something like no bigger than 30 feet-ish, or something like that. Okay. Now with that, it's a little tricky to design for, only because where do you draw the limits, right? Is it only natural terrain? But like, if there's a house, you would make sense that you would see the house. But then, like, if you include houses, does that therefore include dungeons? So you're walking through a dungeon, you literally see the layout of the dungeon within 30 feet of you. So It is cool. I do like the idea. It's just going to be hard to pull off a little. Love week off design jams. Yep. I had that last time. What class was I working on that? I had like a big break. I think it was the Goldemancer. I spent a week just like hunkered down, pumping that out. But now recently I've started streaming, so it like coincides with actually streaming the entire week, which is fun. I like the physics for the destruction. I haven't actually seen the destruction physics yet, but it seems like could be interesting. Just from the basics I've heard about what they can do with the new engine they're doing. I'd say that might be something to do per DM. Because some would say no and some would say okay. That's the issue. You can't really write a feature like that is so heavily up to DM interpretation. Because, like, if you do that and you're like, okay, cool, the DM's like, yep, you can play the class, you can do this, and then they get to level 3, and then the DM kind of realizes exactly what they can do with it, and they're just like, yeah, I mean, it says here in the feature I can, like, choose to not do that, or, like, not give you the information, so I'm just, like, not gonna give you all the information you need, I'm just gonna be vague, and now you don't have a feature, you know? I don't see why cartography shouldn't apply to everything, exactly. Mapping dungeons has had a storied tradition. Yeah. You'd say it only shows ground level. See an outline of a tree or outline of a building. What about having a ritual style? What about having it ritual style like a seal? You have to set up a border, and once completed, you know the environment within. Yeah. And then at the 10th level, we could improve it, but I also do like... I do like the note I have here for, like, identifying and finding things and, like, some sort of treasure map feature. Maybe we could build the zone scaling directly into this. What about having a ritual? The only thing, if you do it exactly like the seals, is like you're going to be walking around the perimeter of the area you want, and at that point you've kind of explored a decent amount of it, so you kind of get a good idea of what would be inside it. Like if you're walking around and like, oh, it's kind of turning into like a desert here, and you keep going, like, yep, it's a desert, oh, I'm going back to the forest where I started from. Chances are the space inside is going to be like half forest, half desert. So more like a traditional ritual, perhaps, to where you sit down on the ground and scrawl out your map with like little magical seals and sigils and candles and stuff around you, and then it'll magically map out everything within a 200, 300 something foot radius around you. That's... Because, like, that right there, that's kind of like... Is that really all that powerful? For overland travel, is that really a lot powerful? But then as soon as you go down into a dungeon and you're underground, that automatically becomes, like, really powerful. Okay, yeah, 300 foot of mapping. Unless we have two sub-features, kind of like the delivery satchel. One for dungeon, like one for dungeoneering, and one for overland mapping. Hill and valley. How's lovely Heart doing? Heart's doing quite well. We both are. A few life things going on, but both of us are doing a-okay. Surprised they don't get something akin to the old elf finds a secret door thing. I'm not familiar with what you're talking about, Parka. Much smaller radius in dungeon, because it's restricted by something. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, it's gonna be called, like, Dungeoneering or Dungeoneer's Map or something like that. And like I guess the reasoning behind it is something along the lines of, like, when you're above ground, you can use your magic to kind of, like, send little spy drone type things up above you to look down, right? But when you're underground, you can't do that. You have to do like almost like a magical sonar pulse kind of thing. If I make it a sonar pulse and it's like, okay, yeah, you can't see past closed doors, then it's like not a very good feature at all, really. Like, at all. So it would need to go past doors. And it would let you know secret rooms. It would let you know that there are secret rooms there, but it's not going to let you know how to get into them. Okay, so that's... Yeah. Okay. Okay. I really do like the idea of a map. Like, it really does need to be a map for the cartographer that fits way too well. But writing this out mechanically is going to be a little tricky. I'm sure we'll get it. It just might take a little while. Smaller radius. Also, you have 2 chat overlays going. That's... Oh yeah. That's weird. I don't know how that happened. But... So restream chat is... That's fine. That's fine. There we go. Okay. That was the one that needed to go. Cool. Thanks for pointing that out. I've had that going for 27 minutes now, like that. Fantastic. Not much of a D&D player, sadly. Yeah, no problem. But thanks for sticking around. BECIMI elves had a 1 in 6 chance of noticing secret doors. Dwarves had like a 2 in 6 chance. In a really, really early edition, elves had a 1 in 2 or 1 in 6 chance to become aware of secret doors they got near. Okay. What if it increases in power through more detailed information? Start with basic layout and progress to a 3D hologram. And with a 3D hologram, it kind of would let you identify things better and potentially find treasure a bit more easily. Okay. Yeah. You can do that. I could start with, is there hollow space underground? This spot. Is there hollow space underground this spot / how big? Progress to how many chambers in X area plus multiple levels. So to vague area layout without details. To DM hands you the map. Oh, I think I know what you're getting at. Can also have a commune with nature question and answer option. Yeah. The thing is, I do have commune with nature on the extended spell list. So I might have to rethink that. If this map thing is basically just going to be commune with nature. Take a literal page from the Wand of Secrets. Their map acts as a focus for their ability to notice secrets. Can still apply to overland like hidden caves. Yeah. Because like we could for the overland we could be like a little hand wavy with it. Yeah, you've got a magic map that kind of fills in the area as you go, almost like a Minecraft map. Like you're literally holding in it and just kind of like fills in automatically. But the map will alert you to any kind of points of interest, like a cave or a weird structure. Yeah, we could do it something like that, Parka. CWA as written doesn't work with structures, which dungeons are specifically mentioned. Okay. So an alt feature would be CWA includes underground structures. CWA commune with. I'm not sure what CWA is. Also, potentially relevant. There we are. You are alerted when your map becomes inaccurate. Okay, like a town is destroyed, or the dungeon rearranges, or a Golomancer adds their workshop. Oh, commune with nature. Okay. Yeah, true. Commune with nature doesn't include structures, but it's also a lot bigger of a radius that I'm kind of thinking for this mapping feature. Okay. Let's at least get something out on the page, and maybe we can parse this out. Okay. Throwing past at a wall. Yeah, no problem. I mean, any bit of anything is going to help with this. Because, again, this thing is so vague and hard to nail mechanically that I need as many ideas as I can get. Ultrasaur 17. Magical map that lets you tell the emotions of nearby creatures based on color, including areas you haven't yet explored. So you can use it to scout ahead. Tell the emotions of creatures. That's It's interesting, but I don't think that really fits the theming of this. That's almost more like mind-reading psionics thing. I want this to be like, you're literally exploring the land, so it's like very nature-focused. Let's see. So you are able to create magic-infused maps that automatically fill themselves in as you travel. Perform a special 1-minute ritual with a piece of parchment to create this. Map will only fill in while you are holding it and when you choose for it to do so. These maps into these. You can use these maps in the following ways. Okay. Might have to come back and tweak the wording on that, but it's fine for now. What the heck? Oh, because I think I tried to copy and paste right as it was saving. Okay. Overland mapping. That is it, right? Hold on. Easy way is to go to Dungeoneer's Pack Discord and see how he spells it. Yep, no, I guess just Windows doesn't consider it to be a word. Oh, perfect timing. Look who it is. Ask and you shall receive. So yeah, we are working on the cartographer, and I've now just come up with a, well, chat has helped me, definitely helped me a lot here, come up with a magical mapping feature. So you're going to use this in two ways. It's going to either map the overland, which is assuming you've got a view of the sky above you, it's going to count as overland mapping. And for mapping a dungeon, it's going to be more like a sonar pulse type thing. And that is how the Dungeoneer's map is going to work. But yeah, maybe just starting with notes would be a good idea. So, overland mapping. Needs a view of the sky. View of the sky. Done via magic sky. Needs a view of the sky because it's done via magic sky sensors. So it's going to... Should this scale... and how should it scale? I mean, the easy way is proficiency bonus. And because you're getting this at 3rd level, proficiency bonus scaling isn't too scary. Because, if it's a 1st level dip with a proficiency bonus, then that's, a little kind of But you need to go 3 levels into this to get some sort of proficiency bonus size scaling. Or I could go intelligence. But then intelligence is all... You're basically guaranteed to, start at the middle size. Or potentially already at, a +4 with that. So I think... Because at 3rd level, you still have a +2, don't you? Yeah, +2... You don't get your +3 till 5th level. So I think proficiency scaling wouldn't be that bad here. Ooh, I like that. Cheat mode to uncover the land on your video game minimap. Exactly. I still think Wand of Secrets is a good template. You're aware something is in this spot, but you don't know what it is until you prod it yourself. And the prodding is helped by your Explorer feature. Yeah. Maybe the way we... That might make a weird narrative, but maybe there's a certain zone. Maybe there's a certain zone of the map, out to 30 feet around you, where the map fills in, really, with a high level of detail. And then out to X number of feet, an additional 300 feet or something. The map is still going to be it's still going to look nice, but it's not going to have that high level of detail. And that way the DM could be hey, there's something over there. But it definitely stands out on your map, but you're not sure what it is. And you're okay, there's definitely something over there. We're looking good, party health is fine, let's go take a look. Kind of something like that, perhaps. I do think I'm gonna need to add a little blurb box at the bottom to give like DM advice on how to use this. So let's just say example 30 feet fine detail. Additional 300 feet. Looks fine. Looks good, but not super detailed. So you keep bringing up Wand of Secrets. Let's actually take a look at it. Wand of Secrets. Pretty simple. Okay. The wand has 3 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend one of its charges. And if a secret door or trap is within 30 feet of you, the wand pulses and points to the nearest... the one nearest to you. Okay. Secret door or trap within 30 feet. I do like the idea of like a treasure map identifier that I've got here, noted here at 10th level. We could like have something kind of like Wand of Secrets at this level. Ultrasaur says you could have it so later level you could detect magic in some way. The DM section explains you could hide areas behind illusion and motivate players to check the map often, but also let the DM know magic might be a trap. Yeah. Yeah, because that's the thing. The map's not going to tell you, like, it's a trap, or here's, like, a treasure chest, you know? It's just going to be like, here's a thing on the map. Take a look. And yeah, you'll get a vague idea for the shape of it, right? But, like... Oh. That's... Huh. Interesting thought. So... it would kind of make sense, right, that this map is not gonna, like, map out creatures for you. Does that then mean if you're, like, looking at your map and there's a chest in front of you, and you look back down on your map, and there's no chest there, is that like a... I guess that could be a cool way to know that the chest is a mimic? Maybe? It's kind of something, I guess. Do we want to flesh that out, or just have that be more of like a creative quirk that people can like think of using? But then like... What about like a rug of smothering? Because like it's a rug. And it was an item, it's just infused with magic that brings it to life, but it's still a rug, right? Would that rug then not appear on the map? I would be opposed to objects and creatures inside the map space unless directly viewed. Scryed. Yeah, I'm not really planning on having monsters inside the map. At the start of this mapping thing, I was kind of like, oh, what if it's like a mini-map, like a literal video game mini-map where you can see creatures, but you have to activate it. But I don't think... Or maybe that could come online at 10th level. At the very least, at 3rd, I don't think that should come online. So... a Dungeoneer's pack. I mean, map. So this one is much more limited in size. Much more limited in size. Acts more like a sonar pulse. At later levels, maybe only a faint glow for something magic. That way, you would only be wary of the chest since there might be magic behind it. Wary of the chest because there's something magic behind it. Okay, so like... So if it's a real chest, and it's got a magic item in it, you'd be able to sense the magic item, but if it's a mimic, it'd still look like a chest, but the assumption is there wouldn't be anything magical inside the mimic. Because there's no treasure, there's only a stomach. Ready to eat you. Yeah? I suppose. And you could trick players, since they might think it's a mimic. It's really one of those rugs in the area near the chest. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah? Maybe. Evil. Evil indeed. So I think we also have to add here is... how large can the map actually get? First made map starts at the center of the Do we need a limit? Like, this is a magical map, right? Because I'm just thinking, like, the tracking for that is going to be weird. Because just from, like, a player and DM point of view, like, yes, like, in Minecraft for... This doesn't look like Robocraft. No, it isn't. Sorry, for people wondering why all my Twitch viewers are constantly asking about Robocraft, I used to stream a lot of Robocraft. But yeah, thanks for stopping by anyway. Where was I at? Oh yeah, so just from like a player and DM point of view, this is totally fine if you're playing something like Minecraft, which is obviously where this is getting a lot of inspiration from, as you can't tell as I'm kind of like writing this out. I'm joking, not trying to be annoying. Oh no, you're fine. Don't worry. I'm still happy to talk about Robocraft every now and then. The good old days. Well, not that working on D&D isn't fun. I quite like this a lot. But you know what I mean. Anyway, so yeah, player and DM tracking. So when you're playing a game like Minecraft and you like literally have these maps in your inventory that you can actually physically see, and you don't have to just like use your meat space to kind of like pretend you've got a map. Like, it's a lot easier when you can actually see the border of your map to be like, oh, we're approaching the border of the map. So better start making a new one. But in this, like, it just doesn't end. Like, you... No, so like... How do I describe this? So like, how is... Okay, you make your map, right? And if we limit it to an actual, like, 1 mile radius, right? Now, as soon as you make this map that nobody can actually truly see, the DM is going to be like, okay, crap, so they've made their map right here. Now I have to actually track how far they've moved and just be like, okay, I guess you're at the edge of your map. Do you want to make a new one? But, like, if you make a new one over here, the wording says it's going to make it directly in the center. So then that's going to, like, overlap with your other map, and then that's just weird. Yeah, that's going to cause way too many issues of tracking. Be nice, Ash. Yeah, that's going to cause way too many issues of mapping. So instead of this being a Minecraft-style map, just... yeah. So this has to be less of a Minecraft-style map and more of a magical Google Earth that you're constantly filling in. Limit the number of maps. See, that doesn't solve the problem, though. Like, that doesn't solve the problem of... maybe one per short or long rest. Maybe one per short or long rest, but then does the map go away after this? Like, the whole point of this is, like, you're mapping out and gaining information, and you want to keep that information on you. So, I'm surprised you haven't gotten any of the buy followers bots account. I've gotten them, like, once before. But so far, so good. When I streamed, it was a daily thing. Was that on Twitch or YouTube? Because I know YouTube has a lot of issues with that. Like, Terran has tons of issues. Which is why he set his streams to subscriber-only chat. Twitch. Okay. My Twitch channel has basically been dead for so long that the bots probably don't see it as a target. Like, this is my third stream on Twitch in... like, before the 2 streams ago, I hadn't streamed on Twitch in probably, like, 2+ years, so the bots probably aren't looking at it as a nice, juicy target, like... Ash is currently the only one on Twitch who's watching. The rest are all on YouTube. The map will only fill in while you are holding it. And choose for it to do so. Okay. Here's another thing, right? What happens if you lose the map? Because if we're going this direction, right? If we're going the direction of this is more of a Google Earth map, and not a Minecraft map. What happens when you lose the map? So you've gone your entire campaign, right? Or like a decent chunk of the campaign, going out to this brand new island, filling this map in, and you're like, wow, this is so cool, this is awesome, I've got this amazing map, I can't wait to bring it back to my order and show it off. And then you get hit with, like, Fireball, and the DM is like, yeah, you know, your map burns up. Haha. You know. That's very adversarial DMing, but I'm sure it's, like, a thing that could happen. So what I'm thinking is more of... making this more of, like, an intrinsic thing tied to you. And this magical map is more a window that lets you see your magical tracking powers, right? Because otherwise, you've had this map forever, and it goes kaput, and now you're basically starting from level 1 again. Well, not level 1, but level 3. Yeah. You know what I mean, right? You have all this information, and now you don't have all this information. But at the very least, right. Scroll case that holds the map, when you put it in there, it stores the current data. Yeah, but then what if you lose the scroll case? Those sorts of maps, when cut loose from their cartographers, can be a minor magic item / plot device. Unbalanced but interesting, yeah? Well, I don't know. Yeah, nah, no worries. I mean, the scroll case data saver is very evocative, like, I like that flavor a lot, but I'm still just worried about, like, the DM being like, haha, I'm taking away your toy now. Again, that's a bad way of DMing, but those DMs do exist. And I just kind of need to think of a way around that, you know? Special paper that can't be destroyed by normal means, that you are connected to, allowing you to track it, potentially leading to a side story where it gets stolen and your party goes after it. Yeah, that is a way of doing it. It could treat the map same as a bound weapon. Yeah, and you can, like, summon it whenever you want. But I do like the thing that Parka suggested, like, potentially having this map be cut loose into the world. One way we could still do the whole, like, bonded map thing. You can also perform the ritual to make a copy of your map. The map will only fill in while you are holding it, and when you choose for it to do so. Do I need that? Because now we're going with the whole Google Maps thing, right? Do I need this person to be holding it? The map will only fill in while it is within 10 feet of you. That way you can have it in a backpack, right? You don't necessarily have to be holding it. You make the map by painting your seal on it. At later levels, you can alter the seal to stop it from mapping anymore, but it retains its info, and you can make another. You have to be so close to be able to store it if, say, it gets... Say you get with it out, it can be taken. Magical mapping. I think I do need to change the wording of this now. We've kind of changed the flavor a bit. You have developed a... You have... Just let me think. You've learned a special technique for gathering information. You have developed a special magical technique for gathering geographical information. In order... This is stored within your very being. This information is stored within your very being. Information is stored within your very being. KO. Knocked out. Okay. If you go down that path, it could be an amulet of the order that you have to focus with in order to bring out the magical projection. Or the amulet could store information on it. Not really a big fan of that. Sorry to poo-poo the idea, but only because, one, this class is all about, like, paper, writing, and ink, and paint, and stuff like that. So, like, having it as, like, an actual map you can view, it's gonna, like, magically scroll around, right? But still, just thematically, it makes a lot more sense with paper, given the archetype of the class. And that's still an item you can lose, which is what I'm trying to get away from here. This information is stored within your very being. Letting you become all the actions you have yeah, there we go. That's some nice flavor. You have developed a special magical technique for gathering geographical information. This information is stored within your very being, letting you become a walking knowledge base of all the locations you have traveled in your lifetime. You're unable to view this information unassisted. Could set up a Carmen Sandiego adventure following a prior cartographer. Yeah. Scenery is stored in your memory, but you have to paint your seal on a thing for the relevant area to appear. Yeah. You're unable to view this information unassisted, however. You're able to create magic-infused maps. Let's see. So... yeah, because I'm going to go into the details of how they get filled in overland mapping and dungeoneer mapping, so I can be kind of vague here. You're unable to view this information unassisted, however. You're able to create magic-infused maps that automatically fill themselves in as you travel. You can perform a special 1-minute ritual with a piece of parchment to create this map. This map will only fill in no, because it doesn't... It's not the map that's filling in, it's you that's... Yeah. You are able to create magic-infused maps that automatically fill themselves in as you travel. You are able to create magically infused maps that act as a window into... You're able to create magically infused maps that act as a window into this and automatically fill themselves in. You are able to create magic-infused maps that act as a window into this geographical database and automatically fill themselves in. You can perform a special 1-minute ritual with a piece of parchment to create this magical map. Don't need that because it's now intrinsic to the character and not the map. To create this magical map. So the way I've got it now is like, there's no limit to how many of these you can make, right? So... Hmm. Because there's no limit to how many of these you can make, and because it's tied to the person, you can make another map, which would then be filled in as you go. But you can like leave this back at the base while you're still traveling around. And like your, I don't know, exploration captain or whatever could like look at the map and be like, okay, this is starting to fill in. We can get a better idea of how we're doing this. That's a cool narrative, and it also makes the feature a little bit more usable. Like, it adds more usability to it, instead of just being, like completely personal. This is something you can, like, share with NPCs to keep them updated on things. You can perform a special 1-minute ritual with a piece of parchment to create this map. To create one of these maps. That's another interesting thing. What if, like, you know the general location of these maps, and then are able to destroy them as you see fit, right? Because that's one, that's like tracking. That's almost like a, like you make one, leave it at your home base. You now know the location of your home base. So you're always going to know. So instead of making like a, like, oh, you always know the location of north, right? In, whatever that one feat is. I forget what it's called. Yeah, I forget. But, something like that, right? So you leave a map at a base, and you're like, okay, I need you to keep this map here. All of a sudden, the map is now on the move, and you're like, okay, maybe somebody's stolen this map. That's not good. Just to be safe, you disintegrate the map. Keen Mind, I think. That might be it, yeah. Could you add map notes that would appear on the one in the base, or just... Ooh, I like that. Map notes. Map notes. Nice. There is no limit to the number of these maps you can make. And any creature and all the copies are updated as you travel. the general location of all of... You know the general location of all of the maps created and can choose to avoid them at any time. You know the general location of all the maps you've created, magic maps you've created, and can choose to destroy them at any time, no action required. I think I do need to make that onto its own line, because that is like a very distinct action you can do. Track the enemy's progress and location. Let them steal the map. Yes. That would be a cool way of doing it. You know the general location? I think that wording's fine enough. That's like up to DM interpretation. General, right? But at the very least, if an enemy steals it and takes it back to their base, you're going to be like, the DM's going to be like, okay, it's somewhere around here in this camp. But the camp's pretty big. So it's still going to, at the end of the day, lead you to the enemy bandit camp kind of thing. So I'm not too worried about that. I don't think we need to get any more minute than just general location, right? Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Okay, I'm liking the direction of this. Very glad I decided to stick with this and tough it out. And thanks again to chat, by the way, for feeding me all the ideas. So let's just read over what we have so far, because I think there still might be something we need to add here. You have developed a special technique for gathering geographical information. This information is stored within your very being, letting you become a walking knowledge base of all the locations you have traveled in your lifetime. You are unable to view this information unassisted, however. You are able to create magic-infused maps that act as a window into this geographical database, and automatically, that's what we need. We need rules on how you interact with the map, and automatically fill themselves in. You can perform a special 1-minute ritual with a piece of parchment to create one of these magical maps. There is no limit to the number of these maps you can make, and all copies are updated as you travel. You know the general location of all the magic maps you've created, and can choose to destroy them at any time, no action required. And choose to destroy any number of them at any time, no action required. Yeah, that works a bit better. Because the wording I had before almost kind of implied that you have to destroy all of them, which I don't want. Just want to make sure that's clear. You can use it as a great plot device to heal the player along. If you need to put them back on the path. Help the player along if you need to put them back on the path. The answers are always there, just really hard to get to the static of precedence to find the innovation you need to succeed. Yeah. Yeah, I'm liking how this has turned out a lot, actually. It's almost like how I've got the delivery satchel. Like, the delivery satchel, very cool, very flavorful, very nice. But it's not like... I mean, there are hard mechanics to it. It's a lot more of a hard mechanic than this map is. But it's not just like, yeah, I'm gonna do extra damage, or I'm gonna rage and do a +2 to my damage whenever I attack things, so on and so forth, right? Okay, so now we need a way to interact with the map. As an action, a creature can yeah, actually, that's kind of interesting. Just what I'm thinking of. So, like, yeah, you know the location of your maps, right? And if an enemy steals your map, they will then also know your location, right? As an action, a creature can interact with it. Creature can... I think before then, I need to write this. Because I do like that map notes thing. The map notes is really cool. Action. You can touch a point on your map. As an action, the creator of the map can touch a point on the map and then write notes or a name for that land as a cave or city, such as a cave, ruin, or city. There we go. I have to put that first because it's going to tie right back into this, or it's going to make a reference to it in this. So as an action, a creature can interact with the map. Mentally directing the map to zoom in or out. Scroll around. As an action, a creature can interact with the map, mentally directing the map to zoom in or out, scroll around in any of the compass directions, to reveal areas reveal areas previously explored, or to cause the map to automatically scroll to a note left. Player could also put fake notes on it so they could lead someone that stole the map to a trap. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely they could. They could just be like, boop. They mark the map and then write out treasure hoard and then give that to like, or leave that on like a table where they know that like nefarious activity normally happens. And then and then like, so like they know it's gonna be stolen and it's gonna get taken. Maybe leave multiple copies around, and then just lay in wait at the spot that you've marked as like treasure hoard, and then just see who shows up. That could be a fun plot point. Yeah, that could be really cool. So the question is, chat, does this make sense? Like, do you get the visuals in your mind just from this blurb here? So, as an action, a creature can interact with the map, mentally directing the map to zoom in or out, scroll around in any of the compass directions to reveal areas previously explored, or to cause the map to automatically scroll to a note as directed above. Only the creator of the map can cause the map to center on follow. There we go. Only the creator of the map can cause the map to center on themselves. Which is... I think that's a good way of doing it. But it doesn't completely alleviate the issue of... Not that it's like an issue I want to solve, but it's still an issue of... like an enemy getting their hands on this map, and they're like scrolling around looking, and like, oh, this map is currently being filled in. It looks like they're heading north, right? They're currently heading north because that's how the map is being filled in. Yeah. So that's fine. I think that's cool. Okay. As an action, a creature can interact with the map, mentally directing the map to zoom in or out, scroll around in any of the compass directions to reveal areas previously explored, or to cause the map to automatically scroll to a note as described above. The creator of the map can cause the map to center... only the creator of the map can cause the map to center on themselves. I need to change the wording of this, because again, it's not the map that's filling in. It's you. So, you can use these maps in the following ways, which I've already described above. There are two distinct ways together. These four ways for you together. Now I'm just thinking of how cool it would be if the big bad guy gets tricked and sent his champion to find out that treasure just for the party to jump him. That would be cool. Yeah, that'd be super cool. Like, and like, even if this was like a really intelligent bad guy and they've stolen your map, like, just having a lot of like red herrings on your map, like treasure hoard or home base or home base 2 or home base 3, they're gonna spend a lot of time like, okay, well, I guess we have to go and check out all of these just to be safe, right? They're gonna spend resources and time to go and track these like red herrings out, right? Which could potentially give you enough time to go in to their main base and attack while their numbers are lower. It's another way to think of it. Okay. There are two distinct ways of gathering information. Another cool application of this mechanic is if the DM makes a BBEG sealer. Ooh. And the party keeps finding magic maps that aren't theirs, only to realize the truth. Oh, so like, the enemy sealer is like... Oh, okay. Yeah, so like, the players come across this magical map that, like, keeps seeming to be filled in every now and then, and they'll, like, check it, like, every so often, and they'll be like, hey guys, there's, like, a new note here. Is this, like a map from some sort of deity or something? It's saying there's, like, evil afoot in this one area. We should go check that out. And then, like, through other, like, magical manipulation or something, they eventually, like, detain or kill the people living there. But they weren't bad at all. It was the notes left on the map that is, like, tricking the players into doing things against their best interest, just because it's like, oh, this magical map knows best, kind of thing. This is a great class for both player and DM. Yeah. Yeah. I guess that's what happens when you write, like, a narrative roleplay-focused feature. It works really well in roleplay. Who would have thunk it? So, let's start writing out overland mapping. Okay, there are two distinct ways for to gather information. Overland mapping. This is the main method of mapping. This is the main method of mapping. You do you even need a view of the sky, right? Because what you could do is you could very well just be, like, underground. And you could be, like, hundreds of feet underground, and you could still technically use your overland mapping. Because the magic would just be, like... It's magic looking down upon you, kind of thing. Right? Because just because you've gone underground doesn't necessarily mean you have to switch to this Dungeoneer's map mode. I guess? Yeah. I guess so. I think that should be fine. Hold on. How many feet in a mile? 1 mile is equal to 5,280 feet. Could make the map fuzzy / distorted. How so exactly? So your main method of mapping, your magic causes around you to be filled in on the map by a magical sword. By an invisible and intangible. That's not how you spell that. Invisible and intangible. Oh, I actually got that one right. Wow. Your magic causes the area around you to be filled in on your map by an invisible and intangible magic sensor floating high above you in the sky. If you're underground, the DM's choice. Oh, in reference to being underground. Yeah, potentially. Your magic causes the area around you to be filled in by an invisible and intangible magic sensor floating high above you in the sky. Or does not pick up creatures only Only geographical features, structures, and objects. Only geographical features, structures, and objects. Oh man, I am running out of space here. I do not have enough space for what I want to do. This might have to bleed over into another page, and I really don't want that. But we'll see. Maybe we can keep the other features short and sweet. Fingers crossed. But I also have a lot of these notes here that are just like taking up space. So now, how do you upgrade this at higher levels? That I'm not too sure. We will see. Maybe at that point it could let you know where creatures are, but it would only let you know where creatures are within your finer detail area, which I'm about to write out now. Gather fine detail display in 60 feet of you. Feet of as you travel. Higher level lets you know what type of creature is in a general area, like a humanoid, beast, aberration, or draconic creature. Yeah, potentially. Just types of perhaps you can just make one magic map for yourself early on and have many at higher levels. I also think be able to make a static map of an area you know on a surface as an action is useful. Yeah. Yeah, that is quite useful. And it would make sense if that's something you could do. What did I miss? I just returned to consciousness from some intense concept art creation. Seriously, it feels like I'm possessed sometimes. Yeah, no problem. We're still plugging away at the mapping feature. Save the space I was looking for. Invisible and intangible sensor. I think magic kind of goes hand in hand with that, so I can probably get rid of that and save a line. Cool. You gather fine detail for your map to display within 60 feet of you as you travel. Areas. The area outside this range out to a number of feet equal to 1,000 times your efficiency bonus. Any effect that blocks divination magic blocks your mapping as well. That way it would take a plot device to map something. Yeah, I guess so. You gather fine detail for your map. Display within 60 feet of you as you travel. Areas outside this range. Areas outside this range. To a radius 1,000 times your proficiency bonus is still ignore the testing message. I think I failed. I have not ignored it. Still but not in as much detail. Needs a view of the sky. Done via scat. Yep, we basically got that. Yep. The DM tip box for this feature. I don't think it needs it as much now anymore. I think we've gone into a decent amount of detail, but we'll see. That's been fixed. More of a Google Earth thing. Map notes we have. And a static map. Okay. Your chat box is posting 2 messages. How so? Oh, it is. Why? Yeah, it's never done this before. That's very odd. And I also never started my stream with that overlay turned on. The one where it was like in the background. That's a little weird. I guess it's not the end of the world, right? Chat isn't really moving super crazy fast, so... Oh, no, it's doing it for YouTube too. I thought it was just Twitch that was doing it. Yeah, that's weird. Because on my end, my little chat box here is totally fine. It's just showing 1 message per person per message, so... Not a clue what's going on. Static map is done. Okay. DM idea. If you have an anti-magic zone, the map can't show. You to your players. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. An anti-magic zone, and your map is just like not picking anything up in there. Yeah? Do we... Do we keep Dungeoneer's map? As a part of the base feature? Or, instead, do we make the Dungeoneer's map the upgraded thing? The question is this whole overland mapping thing enough? Yeah, it's getting a little annoying now that it's been pointed out. Just seeing if there's a quick, easy fix to do this. Hi, how are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm just trying to figure out how to fix this double posting thing going on my little stream box above me here. I don't know how to easily fix it, so we're just going to move on. But yeah. How are you? Hopefully you're doing well. I don't think I've seen you in chat before, so if you're new here, welcome. Today we are doing some designing of a homebrew class I'm working on. And we're making like a map feature for like a cartography-focused subclass. And I'm having a bit of trouble with it. But... So how can I do this? Because it's looking like this is for sure going to have to make its way onto a second page. Because what I've got the Order of Tattoos. And then Inkwell Companion, which is what I was going to put in here. And the spell list. Spell list is probably going to have to live right below. Yeah. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this, and we're going to do that, and we're going to do this. Order of Tattoos now lives above that one. Cool. I'm trying to work up to force myself to work on tonight's session. It's 4 p.m. and it's at 7 p.m. Okay. Yeah, not a whole lot of time there. Like, how much work have you done? And maybe chat here can help you brainstorm, potentially. Although it's a little unfortunate that I got the weird multi-stream double chat posting glitch going on right now. And a player left my Tuesday. So sad. Left your Tuesday game, I assume. Tuesday game, yeah. Okay. Well, that sucks. So you're running 2 games. Are they 2 separate games? Well, obviously they're 2 separate games. What I mean by that is that the same campaign, right? Because I know what I've done in the past, where I've like run the same campaign, but for multiple people. So it kind of like saves work that way. Yeah. I think we are going to have to keep Dungeoneer's mapping as a part of the magical mapping feature. Strictly for the reason of Overland mapping is nice, but it is fairly campaign specific, right? And yeah, Dungeoneer map could basically fit well with any kind of campaign. Yeah. Yeah, that's how we're gonna have to do it. Cool. One is Curse of Strahd, the other 2... Oh, wait. One is Curse of Strahd, the other 2. So you're running 3 games? That's a lot of work. That sounds like a lot of work. The other 2 are the same premise, in my post-apocalyptic fantasy campaign setting. Ooh, that sounds kind of cool. What are you working on? The two homebrew rules are rebuilding civilization after magical nukes. Okay. That's cool. But yeah, what we're working on right now is the Sealer class. Think of it, the easiest way to think of it is like a paint and ink mage. So it's got three things it's all about. It's all about scrolls, rituals, and its main core gimmick, which is seals. So the easiest way to go about talking about them without, like, giving the exact details of how they work and whatnot, because that would take a while. Think of it like you've got the amount of sigils you can make is equal to twice your proficiency bonus. So you can go around to a 5-foot space, like, you know, like a grid on a map, for example, like a battle map. You go in there, you paint or write your sigil on the ground. You walk on over to another spot, you paint or write another sigil, and you need at least 3 sigils to make a seal. So, if you've got 3 sigils written, or scribed, or painted, however you kind of want to flavor your character, onto the ground, then you can activate them with a spell slot, depending on how big it is or how many sigils you've made, this seal is made up out of, to activate it to give it a certain effect. So this class is basically like a zoning kind of class, right? So it's heavily support and zoning focused. Oh, so for your, like, post-apocalyptic thing, magic was off for 60 years. And it came back in the year post-nuke. The year 61. Okay. So, like, that could be kind of interesting. There's, like, scrolls and knowledge, right, of magic and how it was used, how it was done, and then, like, the survivors had all this information for, like, 60 years, but, like, it was like, oh yeah, this doesn't exist, we can't do it, right? And then all of a sudden it just gets turned back on. And now people are scrambling to relearn magic. That seems pretty interesting. Magic was back on, so relearning 4th. Alright. Oh, okay. Oh, I think I get what you're talking about. So, like, people like elves or whatever that live for a long time, over that time, they lost the ability to cast 4th level spells just because they forgot and they weren't able to, like, practice it. It's interesting. Okay. Yeah, it seems like kind of interesting premise. And you're working on it at class 2. Cool. What kind of class are you working on? Is it like a martial, magic, half-caster? What's the theme behind that? Okay, so yeah, let's get this written out. Dungeoneer's map. An alternative method of mapping. In order to start a map, must tie it to a note. Linked to the note, you can Oh, I see. So any 4th level spell can be named after your character if you rediscover it by researching. Oh. That's kind of a fun way of doing it. Like, definitely gets your players involved in the world. That's kind of cool. You can choose to have this map enter this mode. While in this mode, let's see. Once linked to the note, you can choose for the map to enter this separate mode by pressing the note on the map. While in this mode, pressing the note on the map. I've put a lot of work into these games. Yeah, it sounds like it. It's some interesting world building. Any ideas for combat abilities for this subclass? Yes. Don't worry, we are getting there. It's just... it's just this is kind of a long feature. But it requires a bit of explanation, because it's so kind of unique and roleplay heavy, right? But I do have ideas for what I want to do for the 6th and 14th level feature, because the scaffolding for the class is all about, like, at those levels, you get a new way to use your seals. And I'm thinking something to with traveling and traversal. So some sort of speed boost to all your allies when they walk through your zone, basically. Dungeoneer's map. My class is called the Archivist. It's about research and being able to find information. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Being a half-caster, an int half-caster, and generally being a support. Almost like a bookworm detective, kind of. Is that what I'm getting? While in this mode, your map will fill in any spaces with open air or that are with water or similar will not fill in as a new follower somewhere. I really do need to fix these notifications. Like, I've got the, I believe that was a Twitch follower, based on the sound, if I'm remembering correctly. But yeah, thank you to whoever just followed. Big props to you. And what was I saying? Oh yeah, using info to help. Basically, that's it. It's me on Twitch. Oh, okay, yeah, I thought so. Cool. But yeah, I've got a Discord server too. If you want to discuss homebrew, maybe you can drop your class over there and get people to provide feedback or give ideas or just talk about it in general. It should be in the description below. I always do that. Weird hand motions just barely off screen, but down below. There we go. Let's see if I can't just like that. No, it doesn't do anything. That was like where it was before. Aha! Yes, perfect. Cool. That's a bit better, I think. And then just slide it on over. Very nice. That works kind of, but only kind of. I ran three campaigns instead of studying in college. Time well spent. I mean, you know, as long as you had fun. Maybe that's bad advice. Don't take my advice. While in this mode, your map will fill in any spaces with open air that are flooded with water or similar. It will not fill in areas of solid material such as walls or stone. I never played D&D, but this is fun. Yeah, I would definitely look into D&D more, which you could do on the Discord server. Slowly growing a D&D following over there. Which, with every stream, the power of D&D grows. Give my player a wand of webs. He's trying so hard. I am trying so hard. I want the I want my Discord to be a nice, cool place to hang out. Is that too much to ask for, Ash? Is it? Is it really? Do you not want more D&D people to hang out with? But yeah, I haven't had a player use Wand of Webs, but I do have a wizard in one of my campaigns that knows the web spell. They used it recently, not all that effectively, which is kind of sad because I know that spell is really powerful. I'm excited to see what they use it for. Yeah, I've heard a lot of stories of people using it to great effect. I can respect the hustle. Well, good. Let me just quickly pop on over. Check something. Where was I? Ah, okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we do need to actually define how... Yeah, alright. I guess this is a good spot to put it. Got to define the actual space that it can map out. While in this mode, your map will fill out, or fill in, any space with open air that are flooded with water or similar within this, whoops. This mapping is done within a number of feet of you equal to 10 times your do it that way, I think. Yeah. This mapping is done within a number of feet equal to 10 times your proficiency bonus. So at the level you're going to get it at, you're only going to get a radius of 20 feet around you, which is big, but not that big. And again, it's nice, but the map does not show you creatures. It only shows you landmarks and structures, so... I think it's balanced. There's a lot to this, but I think it's balanced, right? I'm not going to change the color yet, because I do want to give this a once-over reread type thing. But I do want to move on, also, so we can get to the 6th level feature. I know it's a bit off topic, sorry. Hey, no problem for going off topic. But I saw the trailer for D&D 1. Any thoughts? Oh, like 1 D&D, so like 6th edition. I'm not sure how to feel about it just yet. Especially with the most recent UA they put out on it, when it was like, can we fit this down here? Maybe. Let's see. The most recent UA they put out on it, it was like... Before that, they were saying that it was completely backwards compatible, and it's going to be fine. Don't worry, everything's okay. You can use all your old stuff, and that's going to be a cool aspect of this one D&D, no additions anymore kind of thing. And then they came out with the expert classes UA, and it was like, hey, so by the way, you know all those subclass books you have? Yeah, they're not going to work anymore, because we're completely rewriting how classes work. Oh yeah, and spells. We're completely rewriting how spellcasting works too. But yeah, don't worry, it's still backwards compatible, right? It's like... I don't know. It's weird. Some of the changes are okay, but what I really, really dislike about the expert classes UA is, one... Epic Boons. Epic Boons is horrible, the way it's set up. I'm not even talking about the boons themselves and how, like, mismatched they are in power levels, but I mean, like, the Epic Boons mechanic. Because you get it at 20th level. And every class gets it at 20th level, instead of getting a cool, like, base class, flavorful feature. You're just getting a catch-all, boring... like, feature that is not special to you at all. It's just special to... I mean, well, it's not special at all. Anyone can get anything in there, right? So basically now, all class progression goes from level 1 to 18. Level 19 to 20 has absolutely nothing to do with your class that you've picked, yet they're still counted as class levels, which is really bad design, in my opinion. Because, like, the whole theming of epic boons is that you're an epic hero, right? So if I do a one-level multi-class dip into something else, I'm now not an epic hero. It's just weird narrative conveyance there. So personally, what I'd rather them do is actually support tier 4 play and give us the flavorful 20th level features again that are tied directly to the class. The other thing I don't like, and what seems to be a very slowly growing movement of people that are kind of like catching on and thinking more about it and realizing that the spellcasting system is awful. Like, the Bard, for example. It's like, okay, you don't get Bard, there's no Bard spell list anymore, so there's no, like, unique Bard spells. It's just, you're a Bard, you get everything on the Arcane list. But wait, not really. You only get these 4 schools. So the issue with that is, like, it doesn't really help players. Like, it doesn't really get the narrative conveyance off, right? How do I go about describing this? Like, one of the issues that I foresee with it is, like, it's actually a pretty massive issue of future-proofing. And it seems like they're doing this in order to future-proof, but I think this is going to cause more issues with future-proofing than fixing them. Because, like, the Bard, for example, right? The Bard gets, like, whatever spell schools they get in Arcana. But, like, Illusion, for example. I'm pretty sure they get Illusion. So, down the road, when Wizards of the Coast writes a new Illusion spell, they're going to be like, okay, cool, we've got this really cool spell, it's really flavorful, and it absolutely only can fit in Illusion, right? It doesn't make sense to go in any kind of spell school. They've made this really cool thing, it's very flavorful, very evocative, very nice. And Bards automatically get that. But what if, for example, that spell that they've added, that new Illusion spell, they're like, oh yeah, we'll just throw it out, a new Illusion spell, that's really cool and flavorful. Wizards are going to love this. But then, like, it synergizes incredibly well with a Bard feature to the point where it's overpowered, right? So now, because they don't have specific class spell lists, they just have schools. You're now limiting yourself to being like, okay, crap. Well, we want to do this Illusion spell, but we can't because it's going to synergize too well with Bard. Where the far superior current 5e system is like, alright, cool, we've got this really powerful Illusion spell that's going to synergize really well with Bard. Well, we just don't put it on the Bard spell list. Cool, moving on. And if they ever want to make new classes, it's also going to be a little weird, right? Because, like, they've got a bunch of existing spells, and they're, like, really strong and powerful. And they've got this new spellcasting class, so now they have to go through all the spell schools and be like, well, like, it makes sense for this class to get X spell school, but it contains, like, these 2 spells that, given the features of the class, we just can't include because that's going to be way too strong. So now what do? Do they get rid of that spell school from their list, even though it makes a lot of sense, just because they contain those 2 powerful spells that are going to synergize way too well with the class and be overpowered? Like, they're going to write themselves into a corner with that kind of feature. And it's just way, way easier to just have class-specific spells. And, Terran on his last stream was talking with Ross, and Ross was saying that, like, how did he describe it? It was basically information overload, almost like a analysis paralysis, but like choice paralysis. There we go. So, like, you've got this massive list of things, and it's like, okay, is that illusion? Yeah, it's illusion. I guess that goes with my class? Cool. Instead of just being like, here's the class spell list. Take a look at it. Do you like it? Here you go. So they can, like, the player can look, like a new player can look through the list and, like, cantrip. Vicious Mockery? That sounds kind of fun. What's that about? Then they look it up and they're like, oh, that's really flavorful. I like that for my character. I'll take that. So I see what Ross is... I'm pretty sure it was Ross. Ross is getting at with that one. But anyway, I'm getting a little too rambly here. So... we should probably get back to designing. And also potentially catching up with chat. Yeah, still a year and a half away from publishing. This is really early musings from WotC devs. Best advice, grill them in surveys as badly as you please. Yeah, absolutely. Just go into as much detail whenever this new UA question, QA comes out. Question and answer, that's not the right word. You know what I mean. Feedback. Feedback, there we go. That's the one. It just sounds like I'd end up making a bard with no bard spells by accident. Yeah. As someone that's never played before. Oh yeah, that's right. You haven't played D&D. You were saying. Yeah, that's another thing. Because like, there's no longer bard spells. There's no like bard specific spells or spells that are like really evocative and like, okay, this is for bard and also this one other class. Right? Or this is bard only. Now it's like, okay, well, this is an arcane spell, so anybody on the arcane list can get it. It just like removes a lot of flavor and a lot of fun out of like someone like me who loves designing. Like I love designing spells too. And my favorite part, like with this class too, like if we go down here, like all these little yellow tag work in progress ones, those are all class specific spells. Like I've made them just for this class. And under the proposed rule change, that kind of design mechanic just won't exist anymore. Nice to see you here. I watched all of your Robocraft videos. Oh, nice. Always nice to have old viewers pop into chat. Anyway, that has been my ramble for today. Very unorganized thoughts. Hopefully that made sense. If not, I apologize. Okay, so now let's actually write a feature other than this one that we've been working on the whole time. So let's see, we started at a little after 12, and it is now 3:10. I have been working on this one feature for around 3 hours. Okay. Where did all the time go? Oh boy, I did not realize it took me that long to write that all out. It was a very unique take on a feature. It's like very experimental, so kind of understand there, but still, that was a long time. But yeah, so I want this to be some sort of speed boost type ability. Okay. So what I'm thinking for this is... it's either gonna be... because what I am thinking of, I do want to have a seal of winds, right? I want to have a seal for every element. And my idea for seal of winds was some sort of speed thing. But now I'm kind of thinking maybe not. I'm thinking maybe for seal of winds, it'd be more like winds within... yeah, winds within the zone would like whip around and potentially move an enemy or push them or knock them prone or fling them up into the air. Something like that, because I have done like a wind... was it Tailwinds? The Tailwinds core from the Golemancer was basically like a speed boost type thing. What I'm thinking... instead of just like basically doing that again, but as a seal, make the wind seal that kind of like push move kind of thing. I think that would be cool. And then that way we can save the movement mechanics for the Order of Cartography. Yeah, we're gonna do that. That's how we're gonna do it. But because of that, I am going to make a note. Seal of... do I not have that? Waves. Replenishing Earth. Seal of Wind. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Too far. There we go. So I do like the wording of for each 2 feet an allied moves, it uses 1 foot of movement. I think I am literally just going to... where is it? Just going to go into the Golemancer and snag the wording I've got down there because I've got it written out and I don't feel like rewriting it. Also, it's good to keep consistency in your writing style. Copy and paste. Thank you, Golemancer. Goodbye, Golemancer. Okay. When a creature you deem friendly moves through spaces within your seal, each 2 feet they move only cost them 1 foot of movement. Short, sweet, to the point. Some sort of speed boost, either... yeah. Because I did think of doing a flat speed boost, but I think that would be a little awkward. Like this effectively giving you double mobility is quite nice. But it's only as powerful as the seal it's within. If it's a really tiny seal, it's not going to help that much. But if it's like A seal that you've taken the time to scribe throughout the battle of a fight, or like the whole like 3 rounds of a fight or whatever, so it's pretty big at this point. You then activate it, and now it's basically the entire arena you're fighting in. At that point, you've basically given a massive speed buff to everyone in the fight. And I think that's pretty neat. I'm probably going to need a little bit of flavor. Right? Yeah. Think of maybe calling it Wanderlust. Maybe I could use that for the upgrade to the 10th level. I don't know. When a creature you deem friendly... When... creatures you deem friendly move through spaces within your seal. Each 2 feet of movement they... Each 2 feet of movement they move only costs them 1 foot of movement. Yeah. Your love of travel and exploration leads over into the magic that flows through your seals. Very simple feature, which is hilarious because we've got this big, massive chunk of a 3rd level feature, and then 6th level is just like 5 lines. 5 lines, and that's it. Wanderlust. Your love of travel and Yep. Sorry, I thought there was a typo. Your love of travel and exploration bleeds over into the magic that flows through your seals. When a creature you deem friendly moves through spaces within your seal, each 2 feet of movement only costs them 1 foot of movement. This, plus the name, kind of settles it for me. This feature is done. Yeah. That name fits. I like that. Cool. Alright, people. We are moving. On to the dreaded 10th level feature, which I always seem to have trouble with. The 6th level feature, by far the easiest thing for writing these subclasses for every subclass in here. But now what do we do? Because level 10 is usually either an upgrade... well, not usually. It is either an upgrade directly to the 3rd level feature, or something that is still like really evocative of the theme of the subclass, but not necessarily a direct upgrade. It's either one of those two. Whereas 14 is, in fact, a direct upgrade to the 6th level feature. So what do we do there? Because usually it's a lot easier to start with the 14th level feature and just like hum and haw about the 10th level feature. Except for the Order of Origami, which had the exact opposite problem, where the 10th level feature came very easily, and I'm currently stuck trying to figure out what to do for 14. So what do we have for notes? I think this note is just a general thing from chat, but not necessarily tied to this. What increases power through more detailed information. Start with basic layout and progress to 3D hologram at 10th. Okay, yeah, that's right. Still might be able to do something with that. Maybe. But I will put it there. Okay. So all I have here is either dodge, disengage, or dash as a bonus action. But that's given to people who start their turn inside one of your seals. But I'm thinking... Is dash gonna be too strong? Is dash in an area that already gives you effectively twice your movement speed, as long as you're moving through space within that spot? Is that going to be too good? I'm worried it might be. Get a speed boost. No, because... yeah, because we've already got the speed boost coming in directly at the 6th level. We could make this more of like a nature, like tie this into more of the nature themes going on here. Not that there's too many, but in the extended spell list, there are some nature themes going on. Is there any penalty to dashing in D&D already? How dashing in D&D normally works is it takes your entire action. And when you take that action, you double your movement speed until the end of your turn. But because it's your action, that is eating up your ability to attack or cast a spell. Those are your main two things you're going to be doing as an action. There is the rogue who can already, as is, dash as a bonus action. But yeah, that's basically the penalty. You're basically giving up your attack in order to move faster. And yeah, that reminds me, because like rogue, yeah, rogue is already able to do all of that built in. So if you have a rogue in the party, your seal is not giving any kind of 14th level feature to them. And like, if for whatever reason you are the only sealer in an all rogue party, you then barely have a 14th level feature. Because also, as a sealer, you're going to want to use your bonus action to... Yeah, you're going to want to use your bonus action to scribe more sigils to make other seals. Especially at 14th level, because you can make a lot more seals. Free... Free haste on an ally? That's really strong, though. Haste does quite a lot. Haste's 3rd level, concentration a minute. Until the spell ends, the target speed is doubled. That would be quadrupling. I mean, yeah, you can. Because haste is on the sealer spell list. So if you wanted to, you could haste an ally in your zone and they get quadruple speed. That's pretty powerful. But I don't think that's necessarily broken. Because this is a spell you're casting and need to maintain concentration on. If this 14th level thing just gave you a free haste, in the sense that, or in the same way that Order of Espionage gives you a free greater invisibility, I think that would be too much. Free haste, but it ends immediately if you leave the zone. So what else does it give? Speed is doubled, gains a +2 bonus to AC, and has advantage on dexterity saving throws. And it gains an additional action on its turn. This action can be used to make an attack, one weapon attack only. Which, yeah... It's really only going to benefit marshals. Dash, disengage, hide, use an object. When the spell ends, the target can't move or take actions until after its next turn. Oh boy. Oh boy. Maybe give up your action. So, like, as an action, you can instruct or empower an ally in giving them another action. I don't know how I feel about that. It's cool. It's cool, but I don't think the sealer has enough going on to make this a fun mechanic. Get influxed by Terran. Like a, yeah, like his dancer, basically. But I don't want to step on his dancer's toes, and I think the dancer does a lot more interesting things besides just being like, ha, I'm giving up my action to give your action. So, I think, oh! Okay, I thought influx was a typo. No, this is genuinely a raid. Wow. Hello. Hi. Welcome to the stream. Okay, yeah, the stream views are just slow to update, and that's why I was like kind of confused what's going on here. That's what I meant by influxed. Yes. Oh no. Yes, I mean, this is now an ad for Raid Shadow Legends, is it? That's fun. I wish I had that kind of Raid Shadow Legends money. That would be cool. Raiding in the shadows, oh boy. A little unfortunate that I've still got the weird thing going on with the chat up there, if you've noticed. Restream is being really wonky and making all messages pop up twice, which is very annoying, but it's not the end of the world. Most people are talking on YouTube chat anyway, so you can just read the YouTube chat. But yeah, that's awesome. Thank you for stopping by, and thanks, Terran, if you're in chat. Thank you for the raid. Really appreciate that. Hopefully you had a good stream. I'm assuming you had a stream. Phantasm Sorcerer. Oh, that sounds kind of cool. Yeah, that sounds really cool. I'll have to check that out after. He had to pick up Amanda, I think. Oh, okay. So I'm guessing he's not in chat, unfortunately. Wah wah. I wanted to say thank you, but still, appreciate all of you being here. So I should probably explain what we're doing now that I've got this massive influx of people. Hi, hello. This is the Sealer, and I probably should get even before that. I'm Mitchell, or the Awesome Soul. This is the 6th class that I've made. You can find a lot of my stuff probably in the description if you're interested in some of my other classes, like the Goldemancer, Spellslinger, Channeler, so on and so forth. But this is the Sealer, and this is all about paint and scrolls and ink. It's basically a paint/ink mage is the best way to go about describing this. It's a full caster, as you can see here. Got the typical full caster kind of looking list. It's got a lot of dead levels because you get powerful spell slots like that and that. But I'm doing a few interesting things with this. So number one, this class is really good at making spell scrolls, really good at performing rituals, and it has a seal mechanic. And what this is basically going to allow you to do is you run around the battlefield drawing a zone. So instead of just being like, I point at that zone, and now it's a 30-foot radius sphere. No. You actually zone off a very specific location, and you can make this as big as you want, as long as you have enough sigils, which are basically like nodes, like you connect the dots, basically. As you level up, you get more sigils. You connect the dots with your sigils to form a seal. You, Epic Mickey. Yeah, kind of. So you go around scribing your sigils, you connect the dots, you infuse it with a spell slot depending on how big you made it, and it is now going to have some sort of effect, like the Seal of Containment, which makes it so people have to succeed on a save to leave. Seal of Safety, which they have to succeed on a save to enter, and then other things like that. The other thing that is unique about this class is that this gets not one, but two subclasses as you're leveling up. Because I was going through the design process of this, and I was like, okay, what makes sense for this? So, like, there's all these fantasy tropes of, like, a giant paintbrush, or, like, a really big stamp. You could, like, stamp your ink onto the ground. Or what about some sort of, like, living ink that you command to go around, to turn this into a pet class? And I was like, okay, that's really cool. But then I kind of, like, got into it a bit more, and I was like, that doesn't necessarily seem like a traditional subclass. That seems more like almost like a warlock invocation that levels up with you. But I really wanted to keep it. So what you've got here is your sealing instrument. So you've got like this. A lot of this is all still work in progress, but like battle brush. So this is your giant paintbrush. If you want to be more of like a combat, I bonk people kind of class, you can pick the battle brush. Arcane brushes, I'm not too sure. This is probably going to end up more like a wand kind of style. Right now, all I've got is you can move around your sigils, which is something you can't do normally. Wax seals, this is going to let you make sturdier seals, so you can place them further apart than you normally would. And I'm thinking maybe like a wax wall type of thing. You've got a ritual staff, Aegis staff, if you want Aegis stamp rather. If you want to be more defensive. Sigil cards is like that fantasy trope of like you've got the cards, right? And you hold them in your hand and then you like throw them down onto the ground and magic happens, right? That's that one. Ink and Quill is like a cursed ink that you like inject into people with like a thrown dagger. And Living Ink is what if instead of like a paintbrush or any kind of tool, you just have a big pot of ink on your back and you command it to hop out and write things for you. And then you've got your order. So this is your more traditional subclass. And all of them are themed around drawing, artistry, ink, and paper. So we've got the Order of Artists, which is basically your summoner. You're literally drawing things to life. Order of Origami. I was thinking with this one, this was really cool, because you get a feature at first level that makes it easier for you to write spell scrolls. So I was like, how can I tie that into something? And I was like, okay, what if you fold up a spell scroll into an origami weapon? And depending on the level of the spell on the spell scroll, you get a weapon bonus, right? So like a +1 weapon, a +2 weapon, a +3 weapon. Sorry. And that's going to like scale up with you, right? Because you're going to be able to make higher level spell scrolls as you level up. And therefore you have a built-in way of keeping up with like regular magic weapons. And this deep cuts one is really cool. It's like an upgrade to your weapon. So like it's going to do more force damage, right? It's like a little bit of extra force damage when you like slash people or bash people or whatever with the weapon. But if it's a scroll of, I don't know, like the scroll deals like Ice Knife, for example. Oh, sorry, I was just trying to think of what actual offensive spells are on the spell list, which isn't that many. This is more of a support class. But let's say this is a scroll of Ice Knife. Instead of doing the force damage, you can instead choose to invoke the magic in the scroll and have it do cold damage instead. So if you're up against an enemy and you know it's weak to cold, or like it slows down if it's hit with a cold attack, like a water elemental, you can be like, boom, I'm going to invoke the magic on the scroll and do cold damage. And then for 14, I don't know. We're still working on that. Order of Messengers, you've got this like a magical mailman. You've got a delivery satchel. It's basically just a souped up, like a souped up version of Bag of Holding. And then my favorite thing about this is Return to Sender. The flavor of this is hilarious. If a creature who received an item via your special delivery feature is unsatisfied with it, it can use either its bonus action or reaction to return it to your delivery satchel. So the Order of Messengers is basically your team supplier. Because you can give this to somebody that you can see within 300 feet of you. So you basically control all the magic items in your party, and you're like, okay, so instead of having like an ally over there with a really nice item, and you've got an ally on the other side of the battlefield that could really use that item, just have the messenger hold it, and hand them out as they see fit, right? And this also ties into, like scrolls, right? So they're good at making scrolls. If they've got other casters in the party, they can be like, haha, I'm going to special delivery a scroll to you, and you can now use it. It's not like direct power, but the amount of options it provides you could like be really good for a smart tactical player. Love the messenger concept. Yeah, living ink, almost like a plasmoid. Yeah, kind of. It's basically an ooze, is what the creature type for it is. Kind of has Pathfinder 2E Thaumaturge vibes, and then you get multiple subs. That's pretty sick. I never actually looked at the Thaumaturge, but yet again, this is another example of me unintentionally making something from Pathfinder, and I'm only finding out later in the development. Order of Espionage. This one is all about like stealing important documents and being the literal embodiment of invisible ink. Order of Tattoos. This one is very heavily a work in progress, but I kind of know what I want to do with it. It's just the flavor. The flavor is way too good to pass up on. And the one that everybody flooded in to see is Order of Cartography, which is your map-focused exploration subclass. I've already been thinking of a mailman type character for a while. Yeah. I've got a lot of people that have like come into chat over the past few streams and have always said to me like, oh, I've always had this one character in mind, but this class would be really good for that. So it's really nice seeing that, because I was thinking maybe this was like a really niche kind of class, but apparently there's a lot of people that are looking for something like this. So apparently I'm on the right track. But yeah, I'm going to be streaming for quite a while. Let's see, what time is it? 3:47. Yeah, it's 3:47, so I've got about... I usually have these go for like 6 hours, so I've got like 2 and a bit hours left of streaming that I'm going to be sticking around for. So if you would like to stick around for that, I'm happy to have you join me. Anyway, with that all done, we can now continue. Okay, so what I am thinking is, and what could potentially be an interesting theme, flavor almost. So we've got the speed up here. What if we turn this into a slowdown for enemies? Right? A big patch of difficult terrain. Because like at this point you've basically become one with nature and you're more in tune with them. So then whenever you make a seal, plants will grow in the seal. But here's what I'm thinking. This is going to be really cool. Maybe. I don't know. But we've got like lots of different types of seals, right? This isn't something I'm necessarily going to write into the feature itself. But this is more going to be like some cool flavoring you could do. So we've got like the seal of waves, right? How are you going to get plants in that? Lily pads. Seal of shrouds, it's like an inky blackness. Maybe like black roses or something. Seal of winds, like what's I don't know, dandelions. Something like that, you know? That could be really cool. Again, that's just flavor. It's not really anything else. Not like a hard and fast feature. It's just be kind of cool. So, I think that is how we are going to do it. Everything else I've kind of gotten here is like too many issues. And also like the dichotomy of like speed up and now slow down is kind of cool. So let's get to writing. Your travels and your many travels across vast has has helped forge a bond between you and forces of nature. While your seals are active, area within gives life to a vast amount of magical plants. Ooh. Ooh. Plants can all... Because I'm just thinking, like, at 14th level, you're going to get a lot more flying enemies. So, like, limiting this just to the ground might not necessarily be all that powerful. So what I'm thinking is the plants can also reach up into the sky and like potentially grab a flying enemy and pull them down. The plants can also reach up The plants can also reach up to a maximum height find when making the seal. A hostile flying creature starts its turn within the seal area or moves into a hostile creature starts its turn within the seal's area or moves into it for the first time on its turn, it must succeed on a strength saving throw equal to your spell save DC. On a fail, it is pulled up to 30 feet and is pulled up to 30 feet towards the ground. And can only use this its flying speed to stay aloft if it is still airborne. On a failure, it is pulled 30 feet towards the ground and can only use its flying speed to stay aloft if it is still airborne until the start of its next turn. There we go. That is a bit more of a heftier feature than its 6th level unupgraded version. But what do we all think of this? So, let me take a swig of water first. So, starting at 14th level, your many travels across vast landscapes has helped forge a bond between you and the forces of nature. While your seals are active, the area within gives life to vast amounts of magical plants. This area is considered difficult terrain for all creatures you deem hostile. The ground within the area. The ground within the area. Yeah, there we go. While the seals are active, the ground within the area gives life to a vast amount of magical plants. This area is considered difficult terrain for all creatures you deem hostile. The plants can also reach up to a maximum height you defined when making the seal. If a hostile flying creature starts its turn within the seal's area, or moves into it for the first time on its turn, it must succeed on a strength saving throw equal to your spell save DC. On a failure, it is pulled up to 30 feet towards the ground and can only use its flying speed to stay aloft if it is still airborne until the end of its next turn. I think that's pretty solid. Now we just need a name for it. Many travels across vast landscapes has helped forged. Okay, that makes sense still. What kind of a name can we give this? Because we gave the base version at level 6. We call that Wanderlust. But that's because you're sharing your travel, your love of travel with people and making them faster. Walk with nature. Walk with... What's the nomenclature you have for seals so far? The seals are pretty well defined, but I will show you. So, I suppose you can pause here and read if you want, although it's a live stream, so it's not necessarily the best. But if you're watching the VOD, feel free to pause. So basically, seals are made up of sigils. Sigils are the building blocks of your seals, and you need at least 3 because that's going to define a space, right? It's going to make a diamond, or not diamond, a triangle. I know my shapes. But that is the minimum size you need. So, without going in and reading the entire thing, the main things you need to know are sigils are the building blocks. When you activate a seal, you must expend a spell slot equal to... where is it? To do this, you must expend a spell slot of at least a level equal to the number of sigils you are trying to make in the seal, -2. Which means that the smallest seal you can make is only going to cost you 1 spell slot. What other things? So a seal is going to last for 10 minutes after being activated. And it can be dispelled with Dispel Magic, but one of your sigils has to be targeted, which potentially is going to break the seal. However, if there is still another sigil, one sigil can connect to and still maintain the seal, it's still going to be fine. But for the purposes of Dispel Magic, a sigil basically acts as the highest level spell slot you can cast. So if you are 11th level, for the purposes of Dispel Magic specifically, they are all counted as a 6th level magical effect. And what I assume probably spurred on this question in the first place is when you choose to do so, choose one of the seals you know. The seal now takes effect within this area, and this effect can extend upwards to a maximum height of 60 feet. You choose the height when you activate this seal. that is mainly there for certain seal types. So obviously there are certain ones where it's like, okay, the seal of waves, which makes it like a literal pool. You know, you've got a pocket of water here that like magically appears and extends downwards. That's obviously not going to extend upwards. But if you've got like the seal of arcane unburdening, and you've got a wizard up in the sky with the fly spell, and they upcast a spell, the arcane unburdening still has a chance to proc. Arcane unburdening is basically if you upcast a spell, you roll a die, and you've got a chance that you're going to use a spell slot lower. So basically, if you've got a fireball, and you upcast that to 5th level, if you're in that seal of arcane unburdening, you roll the die, and if you succeed, you can then choose to expend a 4th level slot, but still keep the power as if you cast it at 5th level. I'm not 100% sold on Walk with Nature. Let's see here. I don't know. Thorn's Embrace? Thorn's Embrace, maybe. But that almost implies that there's going to be, like, piercing damage involved, and there isn't. Through the brush. Kind of could have two meanings there. obviously like, you know, plants and bushes and whatnot, but like actual paint brushes, because that's kind of what this character is about. Proud of the pun. Yeah, that was a pretty good one. I am gonna think more on that and take a quick break here. And by quick, I literally mean like a minute. Yeah, just gotta use the washroom. As you do. Anyway, here is my AFK stream that is still not up to date. It is still using assets from my old Pokemon channel from way back when. But anyway, I will be right back in a minute. Don't go anywhere. Alright, I have returned. We are back. Okay, so. What do we got going on in chat? Rampant growth or grasping roots. Staunch bristles of nature is great. And I'm heading up to bed. Alright, see ya if you're still here. Probably not, but goodbye and take care. Bio reset, yes. Living Lard, Staunch, and Hornetico, and I have some Spelljammer vehicle tests to do in an hour. Yeah, I believe it was Hornetico, or one of them said you were testing that, so that'll be fun. Good luck with the test. Where was the one I was seeing? Mark being analogs to seal. I could call it Mark of Nature. Because, like, your many travels across the vast landscapes has helped forge a bond between you and the forces of nature. Almost like it's left its mark on you. And like, Staunch said, Mark kind of could be an analog for seal. So I think I like that. Where's my mouse? There's my mouse. Nature's Mark. Or Mark of Nature. No, because Nature's Mark is like, okay. That's almost like you're imposing... You're asking nature to... That's almost something like the forces of nature have done, and you're just like witnessing it. Nature's Mark. Yeah. Mark of Nature. No. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Nature's Mark. Through the brush is probably going to be my only contribution outside of good vibes, lol. That was all of my creativity. No problem. Nature's mark. You know what? Yeah. Yeah, just looking at the definition, and the definition doesn't like specifically call out the nature related thing, but it's still there. Like right below it was like a tab that was like, what does brush mean in nature? And then it gave the example. So I do like it. I like the pun. So yeah, I think we're gonna keep it for now. Pins on a map are referred to as markers. Maybe something like natural marker or something similar. Yeah. Natural markers, like maybe I could tie that into the upgrade at 10th level to the feature that you get at 3rd. And now, once again, we come to the point where we need to figure out what the heck we are going to be doing for level 10. Well, that always seems to be the issue. So, what do we have? So my notes so far, something to do with identifying / finding things. Treasure map inspired feature. Something like Wand of Secrets. A mini map that shows creatures. Maybe something like it knows knows creatures in the area. Or maybe just the types of creatures, or maybe population of the area. What if it increases power through more detailed info? So the narrative of magical mapping is like this is like an intrinsical magical force that you've like imparted onto yourself, and you're using the map to kind of look through it. But the force is like a part of you. Lost my train of thought. Oh man. Okay, yeah, so the force is like intrinsic to you. So what if like it might be a little boring, but what if we just give you like instead of, well, or maybe alongside enemies showing up on your map within like a certain number of feet of you, you also get blind sense. So instead of you having to like look at your map all the time and you're like, oh, there's enemies nearby, it's like you're intrinsically tapping into that magical force within you. I think that could be kind of cool. I mean, it's a nice feature, but is it boring, is the question I want to know. And like this would only be out to 30 feet. And then what if like you could hold your map and see like, oh, there's an enemy there and an ally there. So a spell that like requires sight in order to work, you can like look at the marker on the map and cast the spell at the marker instead of having to like look at the creature. That could be cool. Rangers have that sense creature types within a mile or at lower levels. So a more general feature at higher level isn't unwarranted. Okay. Scry any location you have on your map. Teleport to a location on the map. Teleport to a location on the map. That might be a little too much, but maybe instead of directly maybe instead of directly, like directing the spell at the marker, the person creature marker thing, you could just direct it at a spot. So like Misty Step, I think, is like teleport to a location you can see within 30 feet of you. You've got your little Dungeoneer's map here. You're on one side of the wall. You look at the scroll. Oh, I want to teleport over there. That's a space I can see within 30 feet. Yeah, that'd be a way to do it, I think. Yeah, or we could scry any location you have on your map. But, like, what's the wording on scrying? Hold on. You can see in here a particular creature you choose. Maybe it's Arcane Eye. Hold on. Knowledge of the target. Can you already use scrying to just scry a location, or does it have to be a creature? Okay. Yeah. Scrying at any location of your map. That does seem really cool. That just kind of seems like, though, like I couldn't work that into the same feature as this. And I really like that. Because, yeah, that teleport to a location on your map can kind of be done. With this feature. Like, especially if you're in a dungeon and using your Dungeoneer map. Scrying a location on your map, though, is really cool. But there's already a lot of spells that can kind of do things like that anyway on the Sealer spell list, just in general, so I think this would be a bit more unique. Yeah. Not sure on the flavor yet. Or maybe I do need flavor. Having used multi-streaming. Yes, I am in fact multi-streaming. Still with the same weird issue going on up there. Hopefully it's literally just an issue of, like, because I had another overlay turned on by mistake, so I'm hoping it'll solve it once I close OBS and open it again. Obviously, if I do that, the stream's gonna end, and I don't want that. Oh, it's doable, I see. Yeah, it is. You just have to use a program, or, well, website called Restream. That's how I've been doing it. It's free if you want to stream on 2 platforms, but if you want to stream on more than 2, you need, like, a paid subscription, but, like, do you really need more than Twitch and YouTube? I don't really think so. So, I don't really know how they're making their money, honestly. Yes. Long. Having used your magical mapping technique for this long, you are now able to tap into it to get a far greater the same thing, Twitch and YouTube. Yeah. It's just nice to get multiple audiences. Especially because I kind of had like a built-in audience on both, even though they're not necessarily into D&D. It was just kind of nice to branch out, I guess. You were able to tap into... Having used your magical mapping technique for this long, you were able to tap into it. Tap into it. To get a far greater under... And a far greater understanding of your surroundings. I think blind sight is one word. Hold on. Blind sight. Yep, in one word. Okay. I'll be AFK for a bit. Yeah, no worries. I'm still going to be streaming for about an hour more. It's going to blind sight out to a range of 30 feet. Able to see creatures. You're able to see creatures. Alright, awesome soul, gotta cut it for a game. See you on the other side. See you as well. Good luck with the game. Hopefully all the testing pays off. Best of luck. Okay. Additionally, you are able to see creatures on both your Additionally, you are able to see creatures on both your Overland and Dungeoneer's maps within 30 feet of you. This grants you a blind sight out to a range of 30 feet, and you are able to see creatures on both your Overland and Dungeoneer's maps within 30 feet of you. Moreover, can you cast a spell that is Let's see. Range here. Thinking that maybe, because my initial idea was just like, oh, you know, limit this, because you can cast a spell, limit it to the range of, like within 30 feet, but as long as you can see it on the map. Do we even need that limitation? Right? Because regardless, your like little map icons of creatures only go out to 30 feet. So you'd still be kind of like fighting in the dark, basically. Because if you're trying to cast a spell at a creature, it's like 60 feet away. Only looking at your map, you can only see creatures out to 30 feet. So you have to guess, right? Chromatic orb. You guys are making me so sleepy. I'm gonna hop out. Good luck on your class. You got some rad ideas in here. Yeah, thank you. Hopefully I'll see you around for the next stream, because I will be streaming tomorrow. Basically around the same time frame. From 12 till 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Next time on Awesome Soul Z. Yeah, pretty much. Anyways, yeah, see ya. Moreover, when you cast a spell that requires sight of a target or location, you can choose to target that. But you can see on your map as long as it is still within range of range You can choose to target what you can see on your map as long as it's still within range compared to your location. If the spell has you you're unable to do so if the spell has you launch a projectile. Spells do they have here? an example of a projectile? Dispel magic, erupting earth, fear, fly, foam jet. Yeah, okay. Such as the cantrip, ink blot, or the third spell. You are unable to do so if the spell has you launch a projectile, such as the cantrip, ink blot, or the third level spell foam jet. Beauty. Through the brush, wanderlust. What are we gonna call this one? Whatever shall we call you? Well, I guess do what we always do. Let's read through it. See if there's any typos, and maybe that can also give us some ideas on what to use here. Having used your magical mapping technique. Do I need techniques? Yeah, let's go with techniques. That sounds a little better, I think. Having used your magical mapping techniques for this long, you are now able to tap into it. You are now able to tap into it to... That seems a little clunky. Into it too. You're able to tap deeper in. Able to tap into it. I guess it's not that bad. Also, what do you mean? You are now able to tap. You are now also able to tap into it also. You are now able to tap into it to get a... Having used your magical mapping techniques for this long, you are now able to tap into it to get a far greater understanding of your surroundings. Maybe I'm just being a little weird about it. Maybe it's not that bad. You are now able to tap into it to get a far greater understanding of your surroundings. Yeah, I think that's fine. You're now able to tap into it also to... No. Anyway, this grants you a blind sight out to a range of 30 feet, and you're able to see creatures... And you're able to see creatures on both your overland and dungeoneer Dungeoneer's maps within 30 feet of you. Moreover, when you cast a spell that requires sight of a target or location, you can choose to target you can choose to target what you can see on your map, as long as it is still within range compared to your location. You are unable to do so if the spell has you launch a projectile, such as the cantrip Ink Blot or the 3rd level spell Foam Jet. Yeah, I think that's fine. Still not sure of a name, though. Maybe something to do with sight or mapping. Because you get sight. Overseer? When in doubt, thesaurus. Oversee is more like command, though. Survey? Timepiece. No. Alertness. Look at. Examine, follow, listen, observe. Scan, scrutinize. View. Aspect, glimpse, look. Oh, man. I mean, I could just call it Overwatch, but I really don't want to call it Overwatch. Because people are immediately going to think of the name of that game. So, oh man. Something to do with observer. And sort of like masterful. I mean, maybe I literally could just go masterful. Masterful observer? Yeah, let's go with that. I think we're good. Masterful observer. And with that, I think we're almost done, right? That's basically it. I just need to give magical mapping a once over, and then we gotta write out the order of cartography flavoring. And then we are basically... yeah, we're like in a really good spot here. Because the only other thing is order of tattoos, and then finishing up the last remaining features of messengers, origami, yeah, it's just messengers and origami, and then order of tattoos is what we got to work on after that. Nice. So let's just do a nice little chill out while I quickly read this over. Just let the music flow through you. Actually, I'll read it out. That might help me. It usually helps, actually. You've developed this special magical technique for gathering geographical information. This information is stored within your very being, letting you become a walking knowledge base of all the locations you have traveled to in your lifetime. Or you have all the locations you have traveled in your lifetime. You are unable to view this information unassisted, however. You're able to create magic-infused maps that act as a window into this geographical database and automatically fill themselves in. You can perform a special 1-minute ritual with a piece of parchment to create one of these magical maps. There is no limit to the number of these maps you can make, and all of the copies are updated as you travel. Or you can choose to create a static map that does not update or is able to be scrolled, as described below. You know the general location of all the magic maps you've created and can choose to destroy any number of them. Destroy any number of them at any time. No action required. As an action, the creator of the map can touch a point on the map and then write notes or a name of that landmark, such as a cave, ruin, or city. As an action, the creator of the map can touch a point on the map and then write notes or a name for that landmark. I think it's clear enough that it's like going into your magical database, because like it's specifying the creator of the map. You know, why else would it do that otherwise? As an action, you can interact with as an action, a creature can interact with the map. There we go. As an action, the creature can interact with the map, mentally directing the map to zoom in or out, scroll around in any of the compass directions, to reveal areas previously explored, or to cause the map to automatically scroll to a note, as described above. Only the creator of the map can cause the map to center on themselves. There are two distinct ways to gather information. Overland mapping. This is the main method of mapping. Your magic causes the area around you to be filled in on the map by an invisible and intangible sensor floating high above you in the sky. The sensor does not pick up creatures, only geographical features, structures, and objects. You gather fine detail on your map to display within 60 feet of you as you travel. Areas outside of this range out to a number of feet, out to a number of feet equal to the out to a number of feet equal to a number of feet equal to a radius 10 or 1,000. 10,000 would be a little much. To a radius 1,000 times your proficiency bonus. Okay, I see. Areas outside this range, out to a number of feet equal to a radius 1,000 times your proficiency bonus, are still tracked, but not in as much detail. should probably specify this a bit more. The areas of fine detail are almost photorealistic, where the other areas are more like a high-quality painting. Dungeoneer's map. An alternative method to mapping. An alternative method of mapping. In order to start a Dungeoneer's map, you must tie it to a note. What's linked to the note? You can choose to have the map enter this separate mode by pressing the note on the map. You can choose to return to the overland mapping mode at any time, no action required. While in this mode, your map will fill out any spaces with open air that are flooded with water or similar. Right. While in this mode, your map will fill in any spaces with open air that are flooded with water or similar. It will not fill in areas of solid material such as walls or stone. This mapping is done in a number of feet equal to 10 times your proficiency bonus. Cool. I think that's done. Very nice. You'll love to see it. Cartographer just needs its flavor text. Oh, and then now I kind of need a replacement to commune with nature. 'Cause, like, what's that doing for me? Briefly gain a knowledge of surrounding territories. Gives you knowledge of land within 3 miles of you. It's still somewhat useful, I guess. In caves and other natural underground settings, the radius is 300 feet. Terrain and bodies of water, prevalence of plants, materials, animals, or people, powerful celestials, fae, fiend, okay. Okay. Yeah, there still is some use to that then. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna keep Commune with Nature because it's flavorful, but also 3 miles is a lot more information you can glean than with your magical mapping feature. Like, your magical mapping can, like, go a little bit more than 1 mile, but Commune with Nature is 3 miles, so it's 3 miles and gives you additional information. So I think it's fine to keep that one. But now for the flavor. What are some other flavor examples I've got? Else, yeah. Do I need to give cartography tools to this subclass? I mean, you can pick up cartography tools in the base class. Yeah. Either... with your choice of either cartographer's tools, the perception skill, or the survival skill. Yeah, we'll have to do it that way. Cartographers of this order are not only masterful map makers, but excellent are not only masterful map makers, but excellent self-sufficient explorers as well. Often traveling to dangerous, unexplored lands with nothing but their skills and maps to guide them. The cartographers of this order are not only masterful map makers, but excellent self-sufficient explorers as well, often traveling to dangerous unexplored lands with nothing but their skills and magical maps to guide them. Finagling with this, yeah. Haha, there we go. Got it to fit in one page. Very nice. You'll love to see it. I think that flavor text is too perfect. Oh, why thank you. And with that, Order of Cartography joins the ranks of our completed subclasses. This is number 3 that's been completed. Beautiful. What we're also going to have to do is do this. Because I do want to add the spell list like directly below this. I think that's where I'm going to have to slot that in. Yeah. Masterful Observer through the bush. Yeah, these are like really massive flavor wins. I know I keep saying that, but like the flavor of this subclass is like out of this world. This is like by far the most flavorful like set of subclasses I've done for any class I've worked on. Like hell, this is probably the most flavorful class I've worked on, honestly. Like I don't mean to toot my own horn, but like by golly, I've done a good job. Anyway, now, what to do with all of you guys? Am I done? I don't see Order of Tattoos going more than a page. So it should be fine. Did I make note of this? Yeah. Yeah, I basically know what I want to do with Order of Tattoos. So I think it's safe to say that it's going to be the 6th subclass. Yeah. So on that note, we are saved. We are going to open a new document. We are going to slap in a brand new table. And said table is going to be... it's not going to have any outlines. Cool. Just to keep it in line with the other stuff. Order of contracts is done. And make a new one. And index and historians. And another one. And banishment forbidden. Just transferring these over to another document, just so these have a new home to live. Face painters and seekers, and then might as well snag up the scaffolding while I'm at it. Scaffolding, and the other one I did want to do is order storytellers. Get that written down. Write epic tales of your allies and invoke these epic tales while they are in your seal. Additional sealer subclasses. Beautiful. What did I... There we go. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Fantastic, even. Okay. So how many additional subclasses do I have to work on? Like, how much fuel do I have to do, like, sales goals related, additions, or add to other books, or whatever? So I've got storytellers, 1. Face painters, seekers, forbidden banishment, historians, index, astronomy, contracts. That's 9. Yeah, I've got 9. A few of those are kind of wishy-washy, so maybe more like 6, but like another set of 6? I've got a lot of stuff to work with here. So yeah, for anybody worried, not to worry, because you're probably gonna get some cool stuff in the future if something you like didn't necessarily make it into the initial release here. Okay. So that means I can get... hold on. File. Save as. Version 6.0. Or 0.6.0. Just because I'm doing such a massive change here. You two can go. And you two can go. Oh. Scaffolding needs to go as well. And now I just need to find a temporary home for the Inkwell companion. Cut it and paste it. Sure, that works. Delete this and there we go. Cool, cool, cool. So now we just got to figure out how to format all this. think we might just do better. There we go. You see, if I go like this, no, that's not going to want to carry up, and I don't know why. Just get a table here. And edit a table. I think it's a point lower table 1. There we go. That's better. Cool. Okay. Wait a second. There we are. I don't know why the formatting's being funky on me, but hopefully just redoing it manually is gonna fix it. There we go. See, that's fine, right? Let's just nab 3. We're gonna go down, we're gonna paste 3. No, you're not gonna play nice, are you? Okay, fine. Yes, catapult is going up there. Yeah, weird. Oh well. So it's catapult down to fog cloud. Oh, we're really doing that, huh? Okay. default formatting it is. Right? Oh no, it's not. It is Bodani MT is the font. Glad I caught that. Very nice. Okay. So let's continue the very boring journey of copying and pasting our sealer spell list up and over. How many more can we fit into here? Let's get up to purify. Whoop. Food and drink. Can we go down to silent image? Snare and speak with animals should be. No, it shouldn't. Well, that's annoying. Speak with animals is the cutoff there. Okay. So now we do the fun process of... Actually, could I just... No, I can't. What if I did this and that and... Not quite. That's annoying. Alright, I shall edit the table once more. Grade 8. Cool. And then we just get rid of all the text. So snare was the cutoff. Grab our second level spells, down to dark vision. Okay, got a lot more space to work with than I thought. Dark vision, right? Yep. Sweet. Let's... Lesser restoration. Levitate. Maybe fit in 3. And then it just goes funky. Okay. Okay, so I've got that. Yay, formatting work. Ooh. That works quite well, actually. And speak with animals. Tasha's caustic brew. Can I get another one in there? No, I can't. Okay. That's fine. Sweet. The rest of the second level spells past locate object. Actually, it is just about the time to wrap up. It's just about 6. And seeing as I am now in the process of doing some very menial, boring tasks, I think I will continue to fix the spell list off screen, and we can come back tomorrow and actually do something fun. Woohoo! Alright, so yeah, that's gonna do it for today. Again, like I said, see you tomorrow. Thank you to everybody who watched the stream. and watch the VOD as well if you made it this far. Again, pat yourself on the back. I think I said that last time, but 6 hours is still 6 hours, so good on ya for getting here. Anyway, I of course have been the Awesome Soul. I thank you so very much for watching, and I will see you next time. Take care.